Holy shit, we're live. Good morning, everybody. I totally forgot I went live. I'm a hot mess this fine Tuesday, January the 6th. Oh, God. This is a hell of a day. Insurrection, anybody? Hmm. So let's do this. Share that screen, bitch. Yeah, it's Tuesday, people. Got a few sessions to do today. And I need to try to get a hold of my friend Hiron. There she is, Notion, down here at the bottom. Hola. Howdy doody. Howdy doody. Duty.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So I know we don't have Sarah this morning. Here's Dave.
I don't know, Chris. I think ever since we hired Jeff, your beard's gotten longer. Just saying.
Jeff's beard, guys, or mine?
Yeah, no, your beard's gotten longer. Yeah,
Jeff lost his razor a long time ago. I couldn't pull up Jeff. I couldn't. Not even gonna try.
Not with that attitude.
Yep. Never gonna get there.
I can do it. I can do it.
Well, since we don't have Sarah this morning, and I'm not sure, I didn't check the calendar. I'm not sure whether Al's not in or not, but since she's not here, Chris, do you just want to go ahead and hop in?
Sure. We have, so Nick, I wanted to ask you, we set up that meeting on the 23rd for UWI this afternoon, and I saw yesterday that you changed your status to tentative.
Well, it was a request to move the meeting to 4:15 instead of 4. It might have just been. It was a proposal of a new time. It's sort of hidden in the reply.
Perhaps that's easily doable. I will do that.
Yeah. I don't think we'll need the full time.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So I'll move that meeting. This is to regroup for our response to UWI because they sent us some feedback prior to Christmas that we needed to interpret and respond to feedback to our proposals. So ever so slowly, we're moving that forward. So since UWI PGI, it's all with them, there's nothing active there. Erickson, we did send the TARP animation prior to the holidays, we solicited feedback, so we're still waiting on that. Guerrilla iconography. Lance, can we start with what we have? Have you taken a look at it?
I need to look at that again. I haven't looked at it in 2 weeks.
Okay, so it's all in the job folders in SharePoint.
Okay.
Everything that was sent. We know that Tyler said, hey, I've got other icons that I want to send to you guys, and he never has. So you saw that I reached out to him yesterday on that, but have not heard back. So just take a look. If it's something we can start working on, great. If not, that is what it is.
Okay.
Blasters all quiet, fully invoiced them. There's still a bit of work to be done in terms of renders if they ever get back to us on the marine concepts. Otherwise, that thing is done. Smoky Mountain, they gave us some feedback. Really, when I read that quickly last night, I didn't interpret it as feedback, but it looks like there's a font request.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was really saying either, but
yeah. So I'll set up a meeting, Lance, for us to go through those attachments and take a look at that for later today or tomorrow. I'll just check our calendar.
Go.
That's all I have.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Michelle, I know things are crazy with you guys, but you just kind of want to share with she was here, right? There you are.
I'm here. Yeah, we're swamped. So we've got about 115 active jobs. We closed out a whole bunch. That week before Christmas, we had about 35 new jobs hit the system that week. So, we're averaging something like 8 a day or something. But we're also closing them out as they're coming in. We are in the probably hardest part of it. We've got a lot of deadlines next week, and of course they were out for 2 weeks. So yesterday was a long, intense day, getting caught up on all the project statuses. With back, well, not even with back, just internally. We're going to meet with her today to go through everything that we went through yesterday. Probably the biggest challenges this week are all the interior walls have to be reconfigured. They didn't save anything again. And we've got deadlines of next week for that. And all the auction books, which we have zero content for, still are due next week. So I think it's we're going to be very busy. And we'll continue to be busy. But we're chipping away at it. So I think the pace is good considering the volume and everything. We've got everybody's all hands on deck. So I appreciate everybody's efforts. Everybody's pitching in.
Thanks for that. Let's see what we got here. I think pretty much all the projects I'm working on, people are fairly aware of what's going on. So I don't know that I need to go too deep into anything in particular. There are going to be several new Dr. Poll projects come in. One of those is going to be the catalog. So Nick, I need to get with you on just what those look like. I sent out, I think, 3 different estimates just prior to the holiday. And some of this were ongoing support, similar to what Chris is doing, I think, with our Canadian friends. And then some of it is pretty executional, like the catalog. So that's just a rinse and repeat from the last 2 years we've done it. So I'll just need somebody that knows in design. And it could be, I mean, it could be all, depending on capacity. Great.
No sentiment there, Paul.
No, I didn't like that. It's just that would go more in the Sarah's territory than Nick's territory. Great minds, just really, Nick, for you and Bill. I wrote her again yesterday. She's not opening emails again, so I don't know what's going on with that. San Luis Police Department. Jeff, don't worry about that meeting today. I've got a schedule on, or I've got a meeting on your guys' schedule for tomorrow morning to get you up to speed on that. I know I realized I made that at 9 o'clock, so that was my comment. If you need to move that later, that's great. I haven't really talked about how we're working time zones and those kinds of things. So if 9 Eastern is good for you, that's great. Otherwise, I can move it a little deeper into the day if that's something you need. Bill, well, I don't know what that goes. You're not going to talk about that specifically. Lance on Sylvania, I mean, I feel like you're up to speed on all that stuff. You and I compared notes yesterday, so I think we're good. Paul, I probably need to gift with you just to kind of understand where things are, all things Kalmbach. I feel like all we need to do now is finish up vendors. Oh, you're on mute, dude.
Yeah, I think that's right. Working on, I got front, backs, dry, kilo yesterday, within 3/4. I haven't looked at the trees that you took a photo of last year, and work that in. Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering whether as you look at those photographs, I'm wondering whether there would be value in sending those over to her kind of as randoms, just to make sure that she's okay with the color and the textures and all that. Just in case. What I know you have to do is a bunch of posts on them. And if I need to reshoot stuff, then you spend time doing all that stuff. So I don't know. Just a thought.
Yeah.
I think that is it. Yep, that's all I got. Nope.
Hey Lance, when we talked yesterday to Jimmy and those guys about that white flyer red look, I need an estimate of, I kind of budgeted 2 days worth of time for finding and doing something with an image. Is that enough time or not?
Yeah, I think so. I'd love to just talk briefly about the two directions, like some clarification on those, because pretty clear in one direction, but maybe not the other.
Okay, if you want to hang on after this call, we can do that if we end up early. So, yeah, because I got to send him an estimate on that as well. So,
Yep.
one thing I want to bring to the staff's attention is AI. Comback actually asked what like legal documentation on our AI. So we called Mrs. back in middle of December. People that we work with intellectual properties and has helped us in the past before. And we now have a draft of a general AI letter that we can send all of our clients. So if anybody ever asks that, and that includes, the NWTF people, if we ever get involved with that. But Comback asked for it, William sent it out, but William's going to make it into like a general one that we can send to any new clients, current clients, or whatever, that basically clears us legally, along with, the identification if that ever comes up as well. So that's soon to come. So
Bill?
just an FYI. Yep.
Yeah, can we, obviously in our virtual workspace, it'd be nice to have something anchored in there for that.
Yeah, William's going to put it on our internet site so everybody can go and grab it.
Well, Joseph, you will put it on the internet site. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we did the first one for Walgreens back when we did, the treats. And this is the second time, so it was time to have a boilerplate, response that we could send to anybody. And
Kind of
that's all I
brings
have.
up the question we'll need to clarify when that's needed versus when it's not needed, like how much AI is.
Only if they ask for it.
Okay.
Is this specific to generative, like visual output?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is
Go ahead.
And
Lance,
copies.
to answer your question, or what I was perceiving your question, I think they're okay for developmental work. Like, there's no restriction on how you're sketching, right? When it becomes IP is once it's on something that they're using. So anything that's behind the door or behind the curtain cares. This is all about once it's Combach, all the images we've generated were definitely generated in AI for the final product. So it's that kind of concern. Is that what you were asking?
Well, not really. Say, for instance, I'm making this up. Say, for instance, for a client, we generate 3 icons with AI. And they're just simple white silhouette, like one color icons. That obviously doesn't need it. It seems like, but does it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think if it goes on a package, if it goes on an ad, if it goes on a website, if it's the final product, yeah. But to Bill's point, I don't think we worry about it unless there's a request. That's how we've kind of done it up to this point. I mean, maybe there's a broader conversation about that.
You're getting into content credentials and things of that nature when we start talking about authenticity, which there's a bigger conversation to have, and I don't think it'll be done in this meeting, but this is something that, not just the document that we send to a client, but having some standard operating procedure and policy on our general AI usage and what we make official and not, like, we do need something that makes that official.
Yeah, because more and more everyone's going to be using it every day for just little things, and it's like, man,
we have that open in the admin pipeline, and that is something that we do want an SOP and P on. That is an active thing that Navicore is working with Fisher Design on. Is it getting prioritized, and is it a topic in sessions like this week? Is that like it can't, like, we have other things going on. Yeah, but I definitely want to make sure we have a clear voice when it comes to AI and what to send to people and when it's needed and not needed. Like, what Lance is asking is clear boundaries for how we're playing this game with AI, and we need to provide that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll wait to hear back from somebody on when paperwork is needed, or is it as cut and dry as William was saying, where
Well, I think for now it's cut and dried, as I mentioned, because that's sort of been the standard operating procedure. Like if they're, typically it's their legal team that's making the request. We're not, at no point are we hiding the fact that we're using AI. We're not saying, oh, maybe we are, maybe we're not. We're always clear about it.
Ethical and responsible.
Yeah. At this point, it's been like, I don't care, or I need to ask my legal team. So that's what Bill was trying to do, is if,
The tool.
given the fact that we've been asked twice, we wanted to have something that was a formal document that we could send to our client's legal team. So that's been what we've done up to this point. That doesn't mean that's what we'll do moving forward, because it's all obviously pretty fluid. But we wanted to get out ahead of it, so we at least had a document to send out. Not that this whole team probably even cares, but what happened originally was with Walgreens, because they were a bigger organization, right? They were going to be litigation averse. So we did some research and came up with a document that their legal team was comfortable with. When we started to work with Kalmbach, and Lance, you and Mick know this, they're super buttoned up organization from a business standpoint, a legal standpoint. So when their attorneys looked at it, they were like, this is not solid enough for us. We need you guys to do X, Y, and Z. So that's when Bill reached out to our IP attorneys and said, okay, well, this is a request, but from a particular client, but let's consider this more as a general blanket AI agreement that we can share with clients when they ask for it. So that's where we are today. That's how we got to this point. But yeah, there's probably a broader conversation to have here. But and Bill just wanted to give us a bulwark for responding right now. Well, that was a lot.
That was a lot. I'll be gone tomorrow at Indy for the ACA show. Maybe Thursday, but I'll probably just cover it Monday.
I have something.
Okay, hey Joseph, what do you got?
Pantone. How many of us are actually, we need to renew the licensing, and before I do so, I've only seen Lance and Paul in there in the last 2 years, it looks like. Is anybody using Pantone? So that way we're only spending a couple $100 as opposed to buying everybody a license. Has anybody had issues in Adobe?
Using Pantone.
Plug-in, there's a new plug-in, because when you guys are doing color checks and things of that nature, Pantone and Adobe had a little powwow a few years back, if you recall. 2022, I believe, is when it happened. And Pantone had split out of Adobe, but they have a plug-in that we can add. And there was a certain, I'll go back and look in the emails to find out what workflow it was, but I'm pretty sure it's around production, Sarah and Paul, more than it is anything else. But Lance, I know you used it. But it's the plug-in for Pantone colors. Does anybody else, has anybody used
it all the time? I had no idea if there was a new plugin, so. Can you send me a link to this plugin?
With Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop.
Yeah, I'm looking at the color books, it's not in there.
Yeah, I remember having
I started accessing it before, so I thought,
Well, I'll be sending out an email this. I'll be sending out an email this week to help clean up the licensing for Pantone. It will basically we'll send out a questionnaire, like a form, to everybody, just to ask, like, hey, what are you using and whatnot, just to clean up the LOB apps services a little bit, and to give everybody a fresh start with the new year, to mention any new apps that may not be in the LOB apps list right now that we want to make official part of the tech stack. So that's all I had for today.
Okay. Bill, you gotta get a housekeeping stuff?
Not yet. Nope.
Not yet.
You'll call us
Just
later.
getting back in the
Sounds like
swing of
something's
things.
pending, okay.
There's a lot pending.
Okay. Anybody got anything else they need to share?
Lance, you want to hang on and talk Winchester?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, thanks.
Happy New Year, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so
Well, good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm not doing as well as Jay and just got back from Hawaii and Alabama, but I'm hanging in here. How was your holiday overall?
It was good. It was good.
Good, good. How are things going at Awa Business?
Good. We just hired someone. So we'll need to get them set up. But yeah, everything's going well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Have you guys submitted any tickets or anything to get this worked on at all, or is this all fresh?
It's fresh.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, he accepted the offer on Friday, so I haven't submitted a ticket or anything. I was trying to get things in order just to know exactly what we need for him.
We'll get it started, and we'll track this item in your admin pipeline, so you don't have to go create a ticket or anything. Consider it. It's been you've notified us. We'll get it taken care of.
Okay.
And it'll also give us practice because I want you to update some information in that item to get us working from truly working from our system that's keeping us secure and governed. So let me text Jay. He's back. All right. Let me open up your tech plan and share my screen here. Is Ben
I was
in?
gonna say you'll have to remind me how to, I guess basically how to add something to the list of deliverables, because I do not remember how to do that.
What? You mean you don't know? You haven't mastered it yet? No, this is why we like these work. This is why these working sessions are so important, because until it becomes habitual, and I've had clients take 3 years before it really, and I'm not saying that that's because that's just the nature of the beast business going on, and you can't just brute force these things, and it takes time. So no stress. Now for you guys, it's pretty simple. I'll have to get with Jay to set it up to where I can remote into your computer. I don't have the ability to do so right now. So if you want to share your screen, I can walk you through and click. But I feel like that'll be too slow, though. That's not. I know my time isn't cheap, and I want to make sure you get the most out of the time. So we'll have Jay and his team set your browser up for success, basically. So let's do this. Let me go to your admin pipeline. And what we're going to do is we're going to map things out here. We can have Jay and his crew take care of it, and give us ability when we're not together. We can still get things done. So, do you have this page pulled up at all? Are you able to get to our home? Did we set up a home button for you at all?
Yes.
So if you click that home button, you should already, I forgot we already did that for you, didn't we? So you should be able to get to this pretty easily. And once you're here, and I can make it easier once you're here too, to make it stand out better. Right now, there's nothing that says admin pipeline right off the rip, but underneath the tech plan up here, that's where you're going to find all the tools and stuff that we're working on for your tech plan.
Okay.
And right now we're going to work out of the admin pipeline because this is basically our pipeline for work. And if I break this down, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that are in progress, then 2, 4, 6 things that we need to review and get closed out hopefully soon.
Okay.
And you're talking about there's a new hire. So let's see, we got project manager exit. So is this all done? Is this person gone and we can close this ticket out?
Yes,
Or-
that person is done. I am not sure. I think we had discussed getting rid of his email and, that he would have no access anymore. I think I'll have to look and see if I sent the support ticket to
Jay?
Jay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what I'm going to try to do is only use the service desk if you're truly in a position to where I can't work right now. I got to call somebody. Everything else, and I'm working with Jay on this. Even simple matters like this is where we want to work from. And when they get time, they can come in here and they should be checking this daily. And that's what we're working on, is building out a flow. Tickets and reactive support will still be there, but we're going to start qualifying what really is reactive and I need a call right now versus let me put it into the system. It'll get done eventually, or it'll get done in a timely manner. So yeah, we'll call them if we need to, but even Jay, and he's getting Alan and Sean. There are 12 other technicians that are coming on board too. Like they're all learning how to work from the system. So, I'm going to put in here to have these guys clean up this old person that's already gone, get them completely offboarded. Are you saying that we're okay to do that now? We can, do we need to still have his emails? How long do we want to keep emails coming?
I would like his emails to be forwarded to me or Ben until his there's a project he was working on and it has not been closed out. So we'll need to have access to his email until that is done.
So the way this works is that we wouldn't, and again, we can forward it to your inbox if you really want. I would recommend against that, just because I would like to keep data clean and what's yours is in your inbox, what's his, but you need to be able to see it in Outlook easily without signing into something different. It needs to be right there, right? So what we do is we make it a shared mailbox and we will add, let's see, what was the user's name real quick?
Jesse.
Well, Microsoft might be having some issues. Come on. Let's find Jesse. So Jesse's gone now.
Yeah.
All right, so we're definitely going to get rid of this one. Is this an inbox that he has stuff going to?
No, the CPM AWA JB. Yeah, that should be the main one. I'm not sure. He may have the AWA dash construction too. I think they used both of them.
He does, and he was licensed, it looks like, on... Yeah. He was licensed on both, and he had teams on the AWA dash construction. We can definitely remove those licensings. That way he definitely can't access those things anymore. We're going to block his sign in so he can't sign in anymore. Right? We don't want him to be able to access anything anymore, correct?
Correct.
So let's block him from signing in. And then what we want to do is, I didn't remove his licensing yet because that will kill his mailbox. We don't want to do that yet. We're going to go update the email. This will just take me a moment, Mary. That way we got him taken care of, and we'll work on the new person here in just a second. Actually, see if we can't kill two birds with one stone. Ah, won't let me. Gotta do it one at a time. So you don't think he was using the CPM-AWA JV for email much, or is that the one you said all the project communications would be going
Yeah,
through?
he should have been using that one the most. But I think he did use the other. I think they just use them interchangeably, even though we've told them to use it.
I know how that
The
goes.
specific projects.
So we're going to give. Who's going to be reviewing his old emails and watching those? That's just you said, right?
Yeah.
What email are you logged in primarily as most of the time? That's the AWA dash construction.
Yeah.
Because he has two inboxes, I got to do this again. Just 1 second. Let me double check and make sure it's saved. Yep, good deal. Do the same thing here real quick. Oh. Now on your browser, I want you to click the waffle up here, the 9 dots, and I want you to go to Outlook. Let me know when that's loaded for you.
Okay. It's loading.
Yep, I'm going to show you how to. So once you're in your Outlook, you're going to right click on your name here, and you're going to hit Add Shared Folder.
Okay.
And then you're going to type in Jesse's name. Now we need to add 2 inboxes, but we're really looking at the one. But I would add both of them so you can see what was coming to him from both inboxes, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I need to select his email address.
Correct.
Okay. Both of them. Got it.
And then once you do that, now if it says you don't have rights, I literally just gave you rights. It could take up to a half hour for that to take, but it's usually pretty instant. So hopefully it shows up for you. What's going to happen is you're going to see underneath your inbox, there's going to be the 2 inboxes should show up underneath there.
Okay.
Is that what happened? I can't see your screen. Is that what happened?
Yeah, so it let me do that. Exchange permissions granted.
Good.
Exchange permissions granted. Yeah.
Yep. And now you should see on the left-hand side, if you, just like you can collapse your own, you should be able to collapse those, like expand those, and you'll see all of his inbox and everything. And that's how we do. That way you're not muddying up your inbox. It keeps your stuff clean, and it allows you to, like, once you start seeing things like not really coming in, you're like, yeah, we're done with these mailboxes. We can close them down.
Okay.
So these guys can get it done. All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave this open. I'm going to mark it ready for review so that way those guys. I should add a new thing in here, call it technician. We're trying to find out ways to notify the service desk when they have things in here, particularly to help. So that way, some of the reactive stuff can be in here too. Anyway, unable to join Teams calls. That matter is pretty much not a matter anymore. I'm hoping after having them scheduling through. Wasn't there an issue with Teams not working because, and I was saying something along the lines they need to schedule things through Teams, not Outlook. Is that still an issue?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I haven't heard any complaints, and everything's been fine on my end.
I like getting things completed. Get it off the list. So I don't think we're going to get ready, or we're not going to be talking about announcing and preparing the users for anything today. Have we even done we haven't done the Dropbox. We haven't moved the data over yet, have we?
No,
We got some serious work to do. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's going to be one of the priorities is, and so this one relies on some other objectives to get done before we can do the announcement and have everybody come in for a team session. But that is something that we want to make a big push for in Q1. Edge deployment, while we're doing this and we get everybody files, everybody going to Microsoft, not Dropbox anymore, we're going to kind of do a few things. We're going to do a wellness check to touch base with each user one-on-one for a half hour, just to make sure their machine's updated and all that good stuff. We're also going to make sure everybody's using Edge, because part of your security, your system security plan is that we have, we practice doing business with secure systems, getting away from Google Chrome and any other browsers and using Edge, because that's what we're licensed and have security software on. We want everybody using Edge. So that's why that needs to happen. And these sessions are considered your system security plan's continued education requirements. You learn your tech plan. You are responsible as the gatekeeper, just so we're on the same page. This is your tech plan, Mary. Your security. I'm here giving you the framework, but I'm not here all the time. And the team, just like you were saying earlier, like, do they use their one inbox like they're supposed to? We can't control what everybody does. The only thing we can do is to be mindful of it, and when we see something out of line that isn't supposed to be, which is your key responsibility, is to call that out and to try to get things going in the right direction. Just because rules are broken, just because we're not completely compliant, doesn't mean that we're not, in their eyes, compliant. We're making efforts to be. So the better we do, the better and more compliant we are. Microsoft licensing completion. I feel like I don't want to close this yet. That's something that we need to review in depth with Jay, just to make sure all your licensing is accurate, what you need to keep your Microsoft budget solid. And I think we can get rid of a few licenses, potentially, from what I've seen. It may have to add some. The checklist, the wellness checklist will get created. So one of the things that we want to do is, in this section, we're going to type the questions that we want. This will be during their 30-minute wellness check that they schedule with the technician. One of the things I want to make sure is cover browser standards and set up Edge profile. So that way everybody working for AWA We're going to make sure that we set up their Edge browser to have the home button to, sign it in with their work identity. So that way, if they sign into one profile for the JV and one for all wall construction, that's how you keep. You don't have two computers. You remember how people used to carry two phones or two pagers, and you don't need two laptops. You just need two separate browser identities to, keep it church and state between the two. So if they're working, depending on what projects we're working on, it's easier to train them because we can say, hey, if you're doing all wall work, this browser is what you use. And they can tell by up here in the top corner, they click on their it tells them which they're logged into up here at the top. So we will set it up to make it clear for them that, we can leave one of them in dark mode, one of them in light. Like there's certain things we can do to make sure they know that, this is for all wall or this is for the JV. Trying to think of any other questions that come up between now and then. One of the other things we want to review with them is review data stack. So whatever in the data stack, we have all the locations of all the different volumes that are accessible for our employees. In that data stack app, we see who has access to what volumes, and the technician's job is to make sure that they have all the volumes easily accessible on their computer that they're assigned to. So we want to review the data stack and ensure syncing the proper libraries. And like I said, as we were working, thinking about that wellness and knowing that wellness checklist is being created. So when they schedule it, this is the checklist they're going to go through to make sure everything's good for that user in that 30-minute call. Anything else we can think of, this is a great tool if we need feedback from a user or something. This is when we get into the flow of things, I don't think you guys need to do these quarterly, but maybe twice a year. Every 6 months, you guys are required to call in and do a wellness check just to make sure things are on the up and up and that we are set up the way that the sites are telling us that we should be set up. What are your thoughts? Do you think you guys would need this? I would say once a year might even be okay, but for right now in this tech plan, I would do 2 a year. If you guys do solid in the next, if we do 6 wellness check rounds between now and the end of 28, and those all go smooth and everything's happy, and I would say we could probably drop down to once a year doing wellness checks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, trying to keep you guys secure, and those wellness checks are considered training. That's considered part of their continued education. We take the time to make sure that they're educated. And that checklist is what we're training and reassuring with them every quarter. So the fact that we're doing that makes us more compliant than most. So yeah, I'm trying to make it easy for us. Workforce management application. This is something that we're working on. I don't know how far we got on this. Is this everybody in here? Oh,
Yeah.
Jesse's not active anymore, but who's the new person again?
Matt Zaire.
Did he used to be here before?
Yes.
I remember Matt vaguely from the
Yeah, he was with us for 10 years.
Wow,
And
yeah.
then left for about 5, and then now he's back.
So what's his act like? This is the workforce management app, so we want the full legal name. Like, is it Matthew?
James. His first name's James.
James.
Matthew Zaire. Matthew Zaire.
Is it 2 T's in Matthew?
Yeah, 2 T's. And then Zeier.
Z-E or Z-I?
Veier. So there's 2 E's. There's a E, yeah, like that.
Woo! Okay. And I'm assuming, based off everybody else, this is just first name, and based off of him being called Matt, is it 2 T's? Matt at Awa?
Yeah.
What's his mobile number? I might even have that.
I was gonna say, I think
It may have
it will
changed.
it'll be 937.
Oh, yeah, I got it right here. 937-499-0134.
Yeah. He'll have a company phone. We're gonna get have a company line for him. But I think that's still his number. That's his personal number.
Yeah, and we can actually set it up to where, like, any new iPhone and Android phones have eSIMs now, and you can have two eSIMs on one phone. So, or if you guys want, I would stop doing cell phone plans. Is that what it is? You guys give everybody a cell phone just that way you know you have communication with them?
Right. Yeah.
Because we can, and again, maybe not this tech plan, the 2026 tech plan, but knowing this going into 28, everybody can have their own cell phones. We can, if there's license for Teams, we can assign them a phone number, and Teams, you can call, text, and everything from Teams. So your work, and if they leave, you still retain that number, and they have their cell phone number. So again, I don't want to get, I'm focused on today. What changes do we need? That's not something that's pertinent now, unless, you're the gatekeeper. I don't want to go too deep into it, just surface level, scratching at it, saying that we don't have to give everybody cell phones anymore. And with our 3CX platform, our phone system there's an app that they can have on top. Like there's just different ways of doing cell phones. Is all I want to make that known. But yeah. So 937-499-0134. Do my dashes. Now he is going to get a CPM email as well.
Yes.
What is that domain again? I'm sorry.
CPM-awajb.com.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. He is getting an all mobile. And are we getting him a computer, or is he bringing his own device?
We have a computer for him.
Okay. So he's not going to be BYOD. He's going to have, he's going to get issued a laptop. Do we need to get that laptop ready for him? Should we get that to the technicians so they can get it ready, or do they already have it, or?
They don't have it yet. I need to get it to them.
We can have one of them swing by and grab it, I'm assuming. I really don't like Jay having clients drive to that Reading office. Yeah, we'll come get it from you. You don't need to drive there. Or at least I hope anyway. You guys, I'll get out of it. You guys, I'll let you handle that. All right. So, we do not have in here, but we need to add one. All right. So if I want there, that way we only see active people on here. There's, if you close this little thing that says yes right here, it'll bring anybody that's no longer with us. And hopefully we don't see too many people getting added and taken away from this. I don't like retention changes that much. I don't think you guys have them that often. I don't know.
No.
Over the last 6 years, I feel like we've had maybe 4 or 5 with you guys. But anyway, yeah, just that's what the workforce management app is built for, and helps us track what we're doing. And we don't have a department app for you yet, do we? No. We don't have time for that right now. Let's go back to the admin pipeline. Did you that payment form? Did you get that payment form completed? I haven't checked my email. I need to go through my email.
I had a brief conversation with Ben, and he wants it to go through the joint venture. So
Okay.
I don't know if you can change the change the
Yeah.
form.
Yeah.
For,
I do.
like, to put the joint venture information.
Now, is he going to be okay with me? Because right now, we had a half payment for November and December's payment, and now January. That's $2,500. Do we need to split that into a few payments, or is it okay to take all that at once, or how does he want to do? I'm flexible, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you should be able to take it all at once. That way we're caught up.
Yeah, and I've been getting on Jay a lot. And I don't care if you see this has been recorded in part of your tech plan, and the app that we're building actually takes our conversations to put in there, and it's helping us because we all need to be transparent. But I love Jay to death, but he's winging things way too much, and like that whole Microsoft billing thing. Like, how are you not catching that? Those are the things that, and I'm not mad at him. I understand that he's trying to do his best in managing all this stuff, but that's why that's why I kind of broke off, started my own company. I still want to help Jay, but we got to do this. Yeah, we got to do this right and make sure that everybody's aligned with what we're truly doing. So he's he's going to be he should be getting with you guys to get everything cleared up on his side as well. One of my concerns is that there's going to be some overlap in what we're doing, meaning the $1,000 a month that you guys pay me is to manage your guys' environment to some degree. He's always done it, but never billed people for it. And he's trying to come around. So I just know we're just going to have to be cognizant of your overall budget. It includes all your LOB apps and services, your CPCS budget, and your Navicore budget is what makes up your guys' overall technology budget that we are managing. Navicore is helping you manage. How we do that is through our LOB apps and services app here. Let me pull that up. Now, not everything's in here yet. But we will want, if it's a service like CPCS, they're a service. What's this paychecks value for? What the heck is that? Was that an app that you guys use?
That's what we use for payroll. How I do payroll every month.
I don't know if Jay was in here maybe messing with us. I don't know, but looks like we did a paychecks as that's a service. That's not a column. Let me do this. Delete this column. So we haven't fully deployed this yet, but we do want to get everything in here. And one of the columns will be, your monthly, like what's the cost of this monthly? So let me show you one that's being used to some degree already. And LOB apps services. No, they have it in a different budgeting app. Yeah, these guys, this is probably not the greatest example, but this is essentially, for the most part, what it looks like. So we have, if I wanted to group these by occurrence, I can see that there's 21 monthly things that come out to $21,000 a month for expenses. And then we have annual things. There's 8 of them. So if we took this divided by 12, we kind of get an idea of our budget with the monthly. And basically this is giving us a ballpark idea because some of these numbers are rounded, if that makes sense. But what we're doing is we're tracking all the applications that we have and the cost to those apps and services. So we understand what our budget is. And the budget hopefully doesn't fluctuate too much quarter from quarter. Like, unless we're growing as a company, getting more contracts, or we're needing more people, like we should be able to look at that budget and explain the fluctuations, if that makes sense. All right.
It does.
So, yeah, that's my job, is to finish this app for you and to help get things in here. But for right now, I think one of the columns needs to be, we'll do a choice, and we'll do a covered by. The CPCS is that paid through AWA or the JV?
So the AWA has been paying it. I guess Jay and Ben had a conversation, and Jay explained to Ben that most of the cost is joint venture cost, and so Ben thinks everything should be built to the joint venture.
You can do so.
Accurate.
Well, here's you have your own legal and your own accountants to help you make those professional decisions, but here's how I like to frame things and how I would do it, because the more I learn about how like those wealthy people that have money that we can't even fathom, like how they live, you know, you can have your kids on payroll up to $12,000 a year. Did you know that? Tax free. So instead of buying my kids clothes, I'm going to give them chores and give them $100 a week or $200 a month in allowance. And I'm going to give them a bank account, and it's going to be theirs, but I'm going to buy their shit from it, and I'm not going to get taxed on it. That's how these people live. They're making everything. So if we play the game smart, if we play business smart, what I would do if I was Ben, and this is just me, I would have AWA own the tech stack and the services, and I would build the fuck out of the JV, not overly build them, but I would build them to cover the costs. So that way my tech stack's paid for because of my relationship with the JV. So if your tech plan costs you, let's just say $2,000 a month, which is pretty low for a company doing construction like you guys with the contracts that you have and having more than one entity, that's a really good $2,000 a month is not bad at all. If you guys can charge JV $2,000 and it covers your costs, like that's how I would rent your tech stack out to the joint venture, have AWA own it. If the JV owns it all, it kind of goes against the fact that AWA is the umbrella that's covering it and supplying it to its joint ventures. You're taking away your ability to add value to your partnerships, and you're giving them yeah, they may be paying it, but on paper you're not seeing that value, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah, I understand that. I do.
But you have to have an agreement. Yeah, you'd have to have an agreement between AWA and the JV. And I do the same thing for my car. I'm not paying for the car individually myself. I'm a small business, and I don't care. I'm trying to show people how I do things. That way they can see how I can help them, whether individually or their business. My car payment's like $800 a month, and I use my car for work. So I lease my car to my company for $1,000 a month. I make $200 a month on my own car that I own.
Right.
So if you guys take these principles, and again, this is how the game is played. This is not unethical. This is being responsible and using your resources, but you have to have it documented, and it can't be out. Like if you guys were charging $5,000 a month for the tech stack and you're only paying $2,000, you're getting a little bit, that's not okay. That's getting thirsty and you're taking advantage. But as long as it's reasonable, I think you're fair. So that's just me. I'm not a licensed anything. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to have a conversation with Ben about how we're gonna build this. I think having, like you said, having that budget tool where we can see the actual cost of everything and, you know, be able to have that conversation like fully burdened with the JV partner. I think that would be helpful. But since we don't have that right now, I'll just have the conversation with Ben. Right now, most of these services are our joint venture costs because we're only doing work with the joint venture right now. If we had our own projects and we had our other things, then I would be more ready to say, yeah, it's AWA and then we'll bill whatever percentage is actually for the joint venture. But right now it's 100% joint venture. So
Beautiful. So, yeah, I'll redo the form and send that to you. Is it okay? Can you go ahead and, is this going to be on a credit card or is this going to be on a checking account?
I think we were gonna do the checking account.
It saves you, I think, what's 3% of that? Like $30 time, like it's going to save you $400 over the year. So if he wants to use credit card, we're okay with it, but there is that's what that $30 every. Yeah. I just know that some people would rather just pay it with the check and not pay that extra $30 is all.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do the checking account.
And now I do recommend putting a credit card on there. So if I ever have to buy anything for you, all I have to do is have you say, yeah, go ahead and buy that with our account. And I can go ahead and take care of it. So the form will ask for 2 forms. And it explains it in the, nobody reads the text, but basically what it's saying is we're going to use your checking account for your services. And the credit card isn't something that we're going to charge for Navicore. We're not going to charge it. We're going to use that credit card information to make purchases on your behalf. So if you were like to say, hey, buy that Microsoft licensing for us, we can just go ahead and get it done. It'd be on you're paying us to manage your environment, a flat fee every month. We're not going to nickel and dime you on top of that. It's like you're already paying us to manage things, do things. So having that card on file will just save time is all. I'll get that to you here today. If I can get the checking and routing, I just got to get this billing done, get caught up myself. I'm trying to get last year's stuff done. If I can get that bill today, that'd be super awesome. I'd really appreciate it. So if you just send me the checking and account number when you get a moment, or if you want to give it to me over the phone, however you want to do it. And I'll get that form to you today.
Okay.
Going back to the tech plan here. All right, so yeah, I knew this. We have 15 minutes left. I wanted to take, because I know during the holidays it always does that. We try to meet during the break, but it never happens. So it's been 3 weeks since we've met. In fact, I can pull it up here and tell you exactly when we met last. Oh, and did I ask you for your digital assets, like your logos and stuff? You sent something to me, didn't you?
I did send them to you.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. I got them already. Never mind. I'm updating my own stuff so that way when someone logs in, I don't know how you guys want yours to look, but basically when someone goes to log into your guys' tech stack, it should take them to like AWA, like it should say AWA. We can even say welcome to AWA business, and we can update things to make it more AWA. This is drapes and wallpaper. We don't even have the frame of the house up yet. So what was I coming over here to show you now? I got off track. Oh,
we were talking about the last time we met. I think it's been almost a month.
Yeah.
I think it was December 9th. Yeah.
So that doesn't mean, we definitely got work done in between. And one of the things I did is I took the time to build out your guys' got you guys entered in here. So yeah, the last time we talked was on the 9th. I'm going to enter in this session on top of this. And this helps us because this has the transcript from the last meeting. It has our AI notes in here. So every time we have a session, it pulls all this information in here. And if I would have had time like I wanted to today, I would have prepared for today's session by pulling all that together and pulling up an agenda for us and emailing it to you before the session starts. That's something I'm working towards. That's not part of the service yet. It's not going to cost more when I start doing the reporting and stuff. It's just it's part of us evolving and getting better. And you'll see how you guys will start to evolve and get better doing things like that. Like it's all of us working and evolving together. That's what I love about this business. So where I'm going with all this is we kind of slowed down. This session was supposed to be kind of a catch up and realignment, and you were like, how do I even get to the thing to see the thing? Like we got to get back into the groove. So now that we're here, the goal is next week when we meet is to get the wellness checklist done, to get ready to move these files over. And Jay needs to be in this next session because we need to get things like basically we're teeing everything up so we can swing and hit. And when we hit, we should have everybody moved over. We should be able to do wellness checks and have this, just implement this whole thing. I would like to have that done before the end of the month. And that's a big ask. So with the last 10 minutes of this meeting, what would you like? Like, is there anything that you want to cover? Any matters or objectives we didn't get to today?
No, I think I sent you an email yesterday. I think our next meeting was supposed to be on the 9th or the 20th. And that's when Matt starts officially, so I'll be in Dayton that day. Trying to get him onboarded and everything. So I was wondering if we can meet on the 22nd instead.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
Which is Thursday.
Thursdays are a little heavy for me, but I should be able to make it work. Actually, take that back. Wednesdays seem to be the heavy days now. New year, new calendar. All right. So Thursday the 22nd, I can do 9 o'clock. I gotta keep this open before this meeting. And I can do any time after 12. This meeting I can move around if I need to. So 9 a.m. in the morning, between 8 and 10 in the morning. I can even meet earlier I don't know how early you start, but I'm game for 7. So between 7 and 10 and noon and 5.
We can do it in the afternoon. Maybe like 1 o'clock.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I want to take that week's session. I'm just going to move it down right here. And we're going to update just this event. Yeah. So you should have, and then the next week we're off, and then the next week we're back to Tuesday. Beautiful. Done. Thank you for that. You know how awesome that was right there? Thank you, Mary. Instead of wait till the day of and then figuring it out.
Makes it easier.
Ben's lucky to have you. All right. Is there anything else I can do for you to make your life easier, Mary?
No. So basically you've already put the ticket in for Matt's.
Yeah, so
Matt's set up. So I just need to get with Jay or Alan to get the laptop over there.
correct. I'm going to message those guys right now. He starts on the 20th, you said?
Yes, that's his first day. So we'll need to get all of that. Probably, if I could have his laptop by at least the Friday before, which is the 16th, that would be good.
All right. So I've made sure that the service desk is aware of that. I told them that you guys are excited to announce that Mr. Matt Zier is back. And they should get with you guys accordingly. I told them the 20th was the start date, so I don't know if they'll reach out today, but they'll definitely get things done, and we'll touch base. If I don't talk to you till the 22nd, I'm sure they will touch base with you here in the next few days. Yeah. Let me do this while I have you on here, since we have a few minutes left. I didn't expect to wrap up so soon either. That went smoother than I thought. Go to your folder. Is this the no? Well, I guess I don't have your form. Maybe that was it. No, that's just the blank form. All right, I'll resend it off to you today. Do you want to? Do you mind giving? Like, I'll put it on the actual form now. That way, I can go ahead and run it, and you can sign it later. But that way, I can get the payment done today.
I just need to make sure with Ben and
Okay.
let him know the amount that is going to come out. I'm not technically a signer on any of our accounts, so I need
Do you
to
want me to put this?
make sure he's good with
Do
it.
you want me to make sure this is in Ben's name? Should I send this to his email? Let him sign,
Yeah,
because it's just a
that's fine.
click, click,
Yeah.
click for him. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do that. But yeah, if let's go ahead and get off here now. I'll work on this, get this to you guys so we can get your guys' budget caught up. Let me know if you need anything else between now and then. And I'm going to finish out some of these apps so that way you can go in and fill in the gaps, because we do need these columns filled in with the information that's needed. Yeah. Any questions for me before we get off here?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, Jay got back to me. I guess they're having HVAC issues at the house, so he's glad that we had a good session. He says that Matt will be taken care of. So have a great rest of your week, and we will see you in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Have a great day. You get that $2,500. Then we got a WISP that needs to be paid for. That's another $1,200. That's $1,100. Mm.
Hello?
Hey, sorry to bother you real quick. On the JV, is it CPM Awa JV? Is that the legal name?
Yes.
And then is it the same address, number 529?
No, it's not.
What is the let's get that right so I don't mess that up. I knew I forgot to get something.
It is 306 South Paul Lawrence Dunbar Street.
South Paul
Lawrence
Lawrence
Dunbar.
Dunbar. That is one hell of a road name.
I know.
306 South Paul Lawrence Dunbar Street.
And it's Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, this is at the base, isn't it?
It's close to the base. So our partner is from Dayton. So his office is up there and he's the majority, so it's all in his name and address.
Beautiful. What's that zip code?
I think it's 4-5. Oh, sorry, let me look it up real quick. I think just
I could probably find it. Trying to think. Is there a website or anything for this?
I think they do have a website. It's CPM, not for a joint venture, but CPM.
But for CPM, but yeah, that might work. No, this would be just for. I'm gonna leave that blank on the form. But the email address I will use. You're still gonna be the main point of contact.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
or maybe I should put Ben. All right, I'll figure this out. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Okay.
Good. Now you know why they're expensive. Good.
what happened then. Listen. Remembering January 6th, not an article. It's an obligation to those who have sacrificed for this country and all those who will in the future. Democracy depends on the courage of those who will defend it and on our willingness to hold accountable those who wish to destroy it. Today's forum is another step toward the goal of justice, another way of earning our hope, another way of showing that our bigger and stronger than its enemies or one man.
Let's go live now to CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, what's the reaction been on the Hill to this meeting and this unofficial hearing?
Well, Republicans are ignoring this altogether, and that is in keeping in how this day, which once unified the two parties, has now led to deep divisions over the last several years because of, in large part, because of Donald Trump and what he has said and what about January 6th, what he has called this a day of love and defended January 6 rioters, ultimately leading to pardoning all of the January 6 rioters on his first day in his second term in office. And much different than it was 5 years ago on this day. I was in this building at that time, and at that point, Republicans and Democrats alike were universally condemning what happened and condemning the rioters. But now we're seeing Democrats are having this hearing today. Remember, they're in the minority in the House. So it's now a mock hearing of sorts that's happening in the House. And in the House Republican majority, they're in retreat right now with Donald Trump, talking about a whole host of other issues, not on this one. But perhaps one issue exemplifies the divide over January 6th. It's the hanging of a plaque that was required under federal law to be done by 2023 in the United States House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House has been criticized by Democrats for refusing to hang a plaque remembering the police officers who defended the Capitol on that day. This came up in the hearing earlier today from Congressman Jamie Raskin, who helped investigate the January 6th attack. Republicans solemn anniversary by doing exactly nothing. They didn't refuse to hang up the plaque, which a bipartisan congressional majority voted to put up to honor the officers who defended the Capitol and the peaceful transfer of power and the vice president on J6. Took them 24 hours to put up a new plaque, allegedly changing the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center. 24 hours. Now it's illegal. That's like graffiti that was put up on the Kennedy Center building. They have legal requirements to put it up. And I call on Speaker Johnson to put it up today. And Speaker Johnson's office responded to questions about this just in the past day or so. A spokesperson saying that it's not implementable to hang up that commemorative plaque. Didn't elaborate exactly what was not implementable about it, but went on to say if Democrats are serious about commemorating the work of USCP officers, they are free to work with appropriate committees to develop a framework for proper vetting and consideration for their work that shows you how this day now fundamentally divides the two parties at this moment.
What a change.
Yeah.
What a change. Your money will help.
Senior political and global affairs commentator and former U.S. Congressman from Illinois. Ron, thanks so much for joining us. It's been exactly 5 years since those riots stormed the U.S. Capitol today. I know you and I both watched in awe as it was ongoing. I want to play a bit of our live coverage from January 6, 2021, as myself, my co-anchor, Pamela Brown, and I, while we were watching the historic day unfold live. John, this is unprecedented in the days, and it is so embarrassing for the United States. This is the United States Congress, and you see these law enforcement officers with their weapons pointing toward that window. It looks like it was smashed. Pamela Brown, we get information from inside as well.
I sure am. Law enforcement source tells me, Wolf, that there was an MPD officer inside the Capitol building who called in distress, an officer in distress, inside the Capitol building. This was around 15 minutes ago or so, and that officer was asking for additional assets to be deployed to him inside the Capitol building.
You know, I stand by what I said covered Congress for many, many years. I covered Washington. I never anticipated that something like that would happen. Hundreds, if not a few thousand, rioters would storm the Capitol, break windows, attack police officers, and this insurrection was really awful. You said at the time, Ram, and I remember, and I'm quoting you now, you said it was an unmistakable symptom of a cancer in the body politic of the U.S. Reflecting now, do you think the nation has recovered from that cancer?
First of all, my emotion was not awe, but more shock than anything else. No, and to your full question, no, Wolf. Because breaking the law there and then being commuted under sentence leads all the way forward to selling off commuting sentences, which is what this president does. Unlawfully, some people question the legality of what we just did in Venezuela, and also commuting the sentence of a former Honduran president who was sentenced in the United States court and served 17 years for drug charges. More confirmed case than what we were about to face with the former Venezuelan president. So all of this is of a single piece. I don't think here domestically, I think the president has been given a permission slip, which is why people actually wanted to hold him accountable. And so we've broken any sense that we're a country based on rules and laws and governed, no matter whether you're the president of the United States or an ordinary citizen, we're all held accountable. And commuting these sentences meant to replace the rule of law with the rule of one man. That's the consequence. And so today, all the way to the anniversary, all of it is of a single piece and a single kind of expression, which is why it was so unfortunate the Republicans back then never held the people responsible accountable for what happened. The courts did, but not the Congress.
And as I said then, as I continue to say, I never in my life expected to see a riot like this unfold here in Washington, in the U.S. Capitol, maybe in other countries in Asia or Africa or South America or other countries, but for hundreds of rioters to storm the U.S. Capitol the way they did is something that I never anticipated would happen in our capital.
Agreed. I mean, the thing is, as all of us said then, also, is that if this is allowed to stand, it's a permission slip to what comes next. Nothing ever stays in its lane. And once this permission slip was, and not help both the president and the people who rioted hold accountable, you actually give a permission slip, and there's no end to where this happens until it hits a wall of accountability. And that's what we abandon. There's any sense of not just respect for the law, but where the law has consequences for violating.
I want to quickly turn, while I have you around, to the other huge story that's still unfolding very much so, the U.S. military operation in Venezuela. Days after American forces deposed Nicolas Maduro, President Trump says the U.S. will, quote, run that country. What's your reaction to what's been happening?
Well, let me try to, for the viewers, put this in a perspective that we've had in both the Oval Office and the 4 R's. On the liability side are rules and respect. We've broken any sense of we're upholders of the rules, and we're diminishing America, respect for America, and giving it away to China, who can see the power of order, and we're now the power of victory. On the other side, equity, we have resources. You go from Argentina all the way up to the United States. The United States now has 40% of direct or influential control of oil and gas in the world. And also, I think, regional, and then also our military, which Russia, we're coming on a 4-year anniversary of a war that was supposed to be 4 weeks. Our military showed a capacity, our intelligence, that only gets further type of sense of resource and capacity of the United States, something that either Russia and China can't do. And then the region. And on that side of the equity, which is our ability to influence the Western Hemisphere, because we've been losing it and actually have not paid attention. Now, in the Oval Office, you would weigh the liabilities of rules and respect against, quote unquote, the equities of resources and region. And I think when you measure them all out, I think the consequences to America of the upholder of rules, how much we've benefited over the post-World War II from a rules-based system. The respect that we used to be about order, we used to be about the kind of consequences and a system that everybody, with regardless of the size of the country, upheld to. We have given that away to China, something they couldn't even get on their own. We gave it to them. China is now the center of order and stability. Then we already, I think, on the energy crisis, or rather energy and military, we had that. And then the other thing, there's other ways to get the respect, power, and influence in the Western Hemisphere that the president wants. There's a worthy national security goal. I'm not sure this, in fact, I would say this is not going to accomplish. And when you weigh it all out, we need a liability is more complicated than the equities here.
As you know,
That is going to be a problem.
as we know, the Trump administration is putting several nations on notice right now, making threats against countries from Colombia to Greenland, Denmark, which controls Greenland, that they will be next. How concerning is this behavior?
Well, first is, look, I would say you're focused on Venezuela, we're focused on Virginia, you're focused on Caracas, we're focused on Cleveland and Columbus, Ohio, what's going to be the prices. The president's priorities are not where American people's priorities are. The second piece is, after Afghanistan and success, that's when President Bush and Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney had this huge risk. And they said, we're going to take down the axis of evil. And it became Iraq, Iran, etc. And they overran the runway, cost us $1 trillion, thousands of men and women's lives, and it was all built on the line. This Venezuela operation was not a military, etc. This was a coup d'etat. Because you're keeping the same people, corrupt people in place. It was a coup. That's what happened. They're already starting to talk like this, and they are showing the level of hubris, something I know something about, and it's going to outrun in the same way that President Bush outran what happened in Afghanistan, holding both Al Qaeda and obviously the leaders in Afghanistan responsible. And they took it right to Iraq, and we lost everything plus more. We lost a generation of Americans, spent $1 trillion in a country built on a lie. That's what happened. The president and his team have no idea what they're talking about on this and the consequences of this.
Ron Emanuel, as always, thanks so much for joining us.
All right, coming up here in the Situation Room, what we're learning about the detention and eventual release of 14 journalists by Venezuelan security forces in the capital of Caracas.
I'm who I am.
Exciting, sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
Figure me out. I'm Chevy Chase, and you know, now streaming on the CNN app. Don't relax. Don't relax, liquid gel. Reactivates your natural gut rhythm overnight for relief that feels amazing. Don't relax, liquid gel.
Whether it's care before or after school, or a sitter for date night, you don't have to hire just anyone. You can find a background checked caregiver who's the right fit for you. Join them at findcare@care.com.
How's everybody feeling tonight? This is a comedy.
Is this thing on? Doing my recovery. The only thing I can think about is getting back to her. Blue skating through the home state. The music is a real comeback. Boost.
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions? Oh, yeah. Take a swing at your kitchen mate. SoFi personal loans. Low fixed rates. Borrow up to $100K. No fees required.
That's a practical shift. Go to SafeLife.com and get it fixed now and pay later. Also, SafeLife can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLife.com. It bothered us too that your employees weren't taking full advantage of their retirement plans. So Vanguard created something to give them a bonus. With Vanguard's well underway, 87% of employees actually Vanguard, it's that delivers.
You look at Carvana's newest and proudest customer. So far, everything we have to create, Chatbot will be 100% honest. Visit Chatbot or Carvana and buy your car today.
Hey guys, Viagra is not your only option. Grow sparks, fast, and stay active. They aren't pills. Under your tongue to reach your bloodstream for speedy results. Connect with a provider at ro.co/sparks. This is your app. This is Rose Sparks, the fast packing solution because it dissolves under your tongue. Rose Sparks. Started today. Connect with a provider to find out if Rose Sparks are right for you.
It's coughed.
Mucus levels are high today, huh? Let's beat those other beds.
Not today, cough and chest congestion. I got Mucinex 12 hour.
Whoa. Those medications that mucus build back up in just 4 hours. Mucinex 12 hour works continuously to break up mucus and move it up and out through. Mucinex 12 hour for cough and chest congestion. Really, the chest kill the cough.
If you have high blood pressure or diabetes and get a cough, cold, or flu, Safe Tussin is specially formulated for you. Powerful, safe, and effective cough, cold, and flu relief is formulated so it won't raise your blood pressure or impact your blood sugar. Play it safe with Safe Tussin.
Save up to 50% on select installed styles of beautiful new carpet and floor from Empire Today. Plus, we'll beat any competitor's offer. Guaranteed. Visit EmpireToday.com or call or text. Today. Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com. If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book that answers the questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you. 800-821-4000. Happening now, opening statements to the trial of former Uvalde School District Police Officer Adrian Gonzalez.
He has pleaded not guilty to 29 counts of child endangerment or abandonment in connection with the May 2022 shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. In an exclusive CNN analysis, CNN has learned that Gonzalez, the first officer to arrive, was on the scene for more than a minute before the gunman entered the building. For years now, the community has accused law enforcement of failing to intervene sooner. And what he did during those critical moments will be a pivotal question as he goes on trial in the first case related to the massacre.
Let's go live right now to our senior crime and justice correspondent, Shimon Prokopez, who's in Corpus Christi for us. Shimon, you broke this story for CNN. Tell our viewers what more you're learning.
Look, we're already seeing the emotion and the incident, this horrific incident, already on display in court. I just watched the prosecutor give his opening statement, and as he's describing their case, he's getting emotional. You can hear the emotion in his voice. This is something that those of us who cover this prosecutor obviously has been living with over 3 years. He told them in his opening statement, he said to the jury, "Why are we here?" He says it's because when a child is in danger and calls 911, we have a right to expect a response. And that's what this trial is about. Now, the officer, Adrian Gonzalez, what prosecutors here are focusing on, what they have charged him with, is not those 77 minutes we all know about how long it took for officers to respond. It is certainly part of that. But what they are charging him with, specifically in the first few moments as the gunman arrived on scene, and his failure, his alleged failure, this officer's failure to act, to take some kind of actions. And thereby, they say he caused negligence against children. So that is what we're going to be listening to. Already this morning, we're going to have our first witness here at any moment. It's a woman by the name of Mel Forrest. She's actually featured, we actually talked about her for the first time, revealed in our story that she came forward to investigators to say that she told this officer where the gunman was. She will be the first witness here. And certainly, like I said, the emotion of this case, because the defense attorney here also said to this jury, and we all know this, those of us who have covered this, that you will not be the same after this trial. But he said to focus on who really did the harm here, and that's the shooter and not this officer. And so here shortly we get underway with testimony.
Thank you so much. And we want to take a moment to remember the lives lost of all veterans. Be right back.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta. That's CNN. My dad never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. But he did an incredible thing for my family. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can recover with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
It still feels like he's gonna walk right in and sit down for dinner. I even made his favorite this week. Are you okay, Mom? Are you sure you're ready to do this again so soon? Honey, there is no place I'd rather be right now than here with family. I was just worried I wasn't gonna be able to do this anymore. The cost of the funeral, and it was so unexpected. Your dad, he always had a plan. What do you mean? He had a guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance policy from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. It really helped me with the expenses, and the payment came so fast. But how was he able to qualify? With his health issues? With United of Omaha, there were no health questions or medical exams. His acceptance was guaranteed.
You are between 45 and 85. You automatically qualify for up to $25,000 in life insurance coverage, starting at just $6.38 a month with United of Omaha. Your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down for any reason, and benefits may be paid within 24 hours. Unlike some policies, United of Omaha benefits are payable from day one. With one quick call, you can qualify for up to $25,000 in life insurance coverage.
Doctor policies expensive. They had options for as little as $6.38 a month. Plus, it was so easy. I even signed up for a policy of my own, so we won't have to worry either. And with the rate lock guarantee, my rate is locked in for life. My coverage will never go down, and my premiums will never increase.
Help take care of your loved ones after you're gone with a guaranteed acceptance life insurance policy from United of Omaha today.
Call 800-970-3184. That's 800-970-3184. 800-970-3184. Call today.
Mamas make slippers, slides, and comfy shoes. And with every purchase, one is donated. Press 1 for comfort, 2 for cozy, 3 for great gifts. Boundless, visit boundless.com. Get 20% off your first order. And rebates invested in lease cheap round your children.
You're missing a huge part of the story. My don't worry, Keith. Spiritual teacher, Andrea Yates, was so pressurized with that struggle for salvation that she had to kill her kids. The Andrea Yates story.
Okay, let's rewind. A freak hailstorm came cracking this group's windshield and causing the men to take an unexpected turn. Inside, they were greeted by endless warm welcome. Like stare, people was. At a TV show of football, no one wanted to change, ever. So they pulled out the BetMGM app and put together a live parlay football. Soon the whole bar was total for that parlay. Make it a place for better. BetMGM Sportsbook. Make it.
Looks like a crouching figure right there. And we're following breaking news. CNN is now learning that Venezuelan security forces detained 14 journalists in Caracas on Monday. This is according to a media union in the country. 13 foreign journalists and 1 Venezuelan reporter were detained. They were later released but had their equipment and messaging apps checked.
Still alive right now. I see there's chief media analyst and stuff that was watching all of this unfold. It's already been difficult to get accurate information out of Venezuela, Brian, and now it will be even harder, right?
Right, and the detentions of these journalists in Venezuela comes amid a broader sense of unease in the country
with rights groups reporting checkpoints on the streets and immediate repression with security forces patrolling in Caracas and elsewhere. It is notable for Union said that these 13 foreign journalists, one local journalist, were detained and then released. The committee of journalists and other groups came out to advocate for these reporters on the ground. CPJ saying that the authorities must ensure the press will work freely without intimidation or obstruction. The Venezuela has been a hostile environment for journalists, for independent media for quite some time. Many accounts.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Coming up, major changes to help cities that belong to children. Because our shops that have to do citizens is taking off and it off towards. And this money was
This is pretty wild. I am updating my camera through my phone. So you open up the app and you start the process, transfer files to camera. And now it's going to connect to my camera. Now it's transferring. Taking its sweet ass time. As you can see, my camera is updating. It's receiving data. It's not updating yet. It's at 50%. Downloading this or transferring this update file to it. Guess I don't need the HDMI cord in there. Just leave it turned on. This I'm trying to upgrade because it's got an update too. You really want to manage and deal with all of this. That's what you want your time instead of sitting there doom scrolling and or hating or out there trolling people. You really want to be productive with your life. You want to be doing something. You want to be updating firmware. You want to be looking for the next event to go to. There's an event today. You got to leave in an hour. Yeah, about an hour and 20 minutes. You need to head into town because you got to go to UC. There's a big event from 3 to 5 that you haven't been to for a while, and you know the community, and you want to be a staple in that community. Oh, Joseph. Sometimes I wonder if it would be better just to lay back and, you know, can't beat them, join them type of situation. I'm just tired. File transfer complete. Okay. Now what? Go to menu. Yeah. It's got a firmware update. Software update. %50 battery. I say we got enough. Let's make it happen, Captain. And you don't get any kind of UI. The only UI you get, that red blinking light right there. About to say it's supposed to blink. So right now it's blinking once, like blink, blink, blink. You leave the camera on, Centerman. Don't shut it off. But as long as it's going blink, blink. Here in a minute, it's going to start going blink, 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 blink. Then after a while of doing that, it's going to go blink, 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 blink. And after a while of doing that, it's going to go blink, 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 blink. And then after that, it's going to go blink, 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 blink. One blinks, then two blinks, then three blinks, then four blinks, then five blinks, and then complete. I believe that's how. That's the only interface you get. Each one bumpers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're already almost done. She's hot.
It is still a genuine
hand, I expected to be booed if you spoke to them after you believe that that's what happens. In reality, yeah, I think what he really kind of stirred him around is the fact that a lot of what he posts on social media, the replies are full of criticism and full of criticism, not just of his Indian heritage, but his faith. And so, you know, some of it is just the nastiness of social media. I think he no longer wants to subject himself to the abuse of trolls and people who just don't like him because of the color of his skin and the faith he practices. Now, I wish he would say that more plainly, because that's the reality for being a person of color in, quite frankly, in politics, but more specifically in conservative politics. I will say that one thing he said is he's logging off on his phone. Yeah. Is he logging off on this app? He is not going to consume it for his campaign. He's still going to post videos on his app. So it's about his own human. We'll see how it goes. Up next, hey, Upper East Siders. The guest list for your star-studded primary race is overflowing. We know you want the details. XOXO, very political gossip, girl. Yeah. Stay with us. Right there.
Why suffer from painful heartburn longer than necessary? For effective relief, nothing works faster than Alka-Seltzer, the effervescent formula begins neutralizing acid in seconds to effectively relieve heartburn fast. Try Alka-Seltzer.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like we're sending to decide what we do and who you can be. If you still have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Cobenfy, a twice daily pill for the treatment of schizophrenia. Cobenfy is not an antipsychotic. It's a different kind of treatment. Cobenfy should overall range of schizophrenia. No substantial weight gain.
Don't take allergic trouble, have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach, certain liver problems, or untreated narrow and glaucoma, serious side effects such as urinary retention, problems, slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow and glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects from those with kidney problems. Hey, don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how the negative effects are. Seek help right away if you have hives, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, county throat, hoarseness, difficulties breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
From senior to child care to pets and more, the newcare.com makes it easier than ever to find care. And you don't have to hire. You can find a background check caregiver who's the right fit for you. Join them and find care at care.com.
Brains are incredible. That's why we created Narita Memory 3D. It supports your short-term and long-term memory. Remember Narita.
Even on an antidepressant, there came stuck in my head. Depression symptoms like sadness and energy. I wanted to break. I asked about Vraylar. Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant reduces overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone.
Not for elderly with dementia or mental illness due to increased risk of death or stroke. Changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Or fingers, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements determine the high blood sugar needed to coma or death, weight gain, and cholesterol management, difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling of pain, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, working through to relief.
Asthma was making me miss out on things I love, like spending time with my kids. The treatment plan was not quite enough for me. I was concerned about future attempts. So I asked my doctor.
Fasana is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma.
Now I'm feeling better. I haven't had an asthma attack in a year, and I'm back to the things I miss. Like cheering for my boys, running my shop, and spending time with friends.
But Samurai is not for sudden bleeding problems. Serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis and right away to swelling in your face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't start asthma treatments, including oral steroids, without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens or you progress an infection. And it can sort out
Haven't you messed it up? Be your own best advocate. Ask for Dr.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be a better. Closed captioning brought to you by NestleBook.com. If you were a loved one on music, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you 800-821-4000.
Manhattan's marquee congressional primary race just got even more crowded. Today, Republican turned Democrat George Conway launched his campaign with this video.
We have a corrupt president, a mendacious president, a criminal president, whose masked agents are disappearing people from our streets, who's breaking international law, and he's running our federal government like a mob protector. I don't like what these things for our country. And now I'm ready for Congress to take the fight directly back to him. You're right.
Including Jamie, you spoke with George Conway. Let's watch a little bit of that.
I didn't think this was doing this when I was 66 or 67 or 68. You know, I'm kind of like a special team player. I'm going to do this for 1 week. And then I'll get this government system back on track. Back to me. At least back.
So he's 62. He is one of the super people. He only would do this for technology. He thinks what sets him apart is really good skills. And that if the Democrats take the House, he can let's see how this received. This is if you want the basic system in the country. Phosphorus, will be Sunday on the side. He has done some polls, and so he thinks he has a shot. But he also has said that either this is the stupidest thing he's ever done or the best thing that we'll see. Going after Trump. And the added up, he spent almost $1 million, which you go to the Biden campaign. So a lot of which he made in the Republican Party. Absolutely. But, you know, he put his money where his mouth is, and he said he's going to put himself in. And let's put back up, Jeff, the picture of other candidates. Because, and by the way, this is not an exhaustive list of people. This is a big primary. And as Jamie said, it's not only, you know, blue, it goes across town from the east side. Where, you know, for the heart of New York arts, it's the heart of theater, it's the heart of restaurants. I mean, it is, if you think about traditional New York City, these are the people who want to represent it. And again, because it's so blue, the primary is going to be the fight.
For sure, and it's also for a lot of elites. And Emily is one. He lived there. We talked about it. A great story with his former wife, Kellyanne Conway, on the UN. So it's not like he's just carpetbagging for, you know, into nowhere. I mean, New York has shown time and time again that it doesn't necessarily mind carpetbaggers per se. I think one of the biggest, I would say, attributes is he's a fight state up, and New York is right fighters and else. The question is, during a Democratic primary, I assume the field will script a bit more. The fame and the celebrity of Jack Blackford, and here's some broad options. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But this is going to be a very divided field, probably decided by, you know, Trump will likely go after him. That will elevate him even more. So it could be a engagement.
Yeah. He has moved to the president. He was registered to vote and he's the president. Or he tried, but that has a New York government. All right, so when you hear his opening video talks about the fact that this is the place he was born and raised. Another candidate, Howard Forrest, put the following online. Welcome George to the race, to the city, and to the Democratic Party. Don't forget me a call when he gets to town. There's so many great restaurants to share if he's willing to venture a few blocks away from the TV studios he's not familiar with. Interesting and funny to watch a lot of these different party primaries because if you're talking about policy, it can get very personal, very pointed, just like that. Right there. But again, we have to talk about with the previous elections to the midterm year when we a lot about affordability candidates in 2025 we're going to focus on Trump all too much except for the economy, but we forget that when it comes to the Democratic primaries, it will be so much about Trump. The U.S. primary is not just one of them. There are other primaries, in Massachusetts and elsewhere across the country where candidates are really highlighting their ability to take the fight. Thanks you guys so much. Up next, Mike McBride, through the middle of the state, using your power. We'll talk about that with Democratic Senator and potential 2020 candidate.
Our brains are incredible, but memory can be complicated. That's why we created Narita Memory 3D. It supports your short-term, long-term, and working memory. Take it from me. A little that never forgets. Remember Narita. This January at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or tree door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing. And I mean zero such money for 12 months. Just to be clear, that's for a whole year. I'm talking about no money down. No interest until January of 2027. Get your windows and doors now and take advantage of paid down the line financing. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. Why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Because choosing Renewal by Anderson to replace your windows and doors makes your job better. 3 out of 4 realtors surveyed agree increase a home's value by at least 10%. Do the math. You're going to be happy. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors can help pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home. Before January 31st, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. Additional $45 off each window and door. With no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. And here at Renewal by Anderson, your local design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you will ever have. Let us show you colors, styles, and inspiration for your home. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants on January 1st. Call 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400. When you're tired of your backed up gut and need fast relief, Mirror Fast. Work centrally with your body in as little as 30 minutes. Mirror Fast. That's faster. Works gently.
I wish my TV provider would inform. I wish my TV provider let me plug my subscription when I want. Of course. And I wish my TV provider would cover 3 channels by car. Why can't you do that too? Choose and customize your channel on 4 talks and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Big package required.
Don't just mask that. Get back, right?
Introducing new pot belly wraps. Fewer carbs and even more protein.
So maybe the fusions, maybe some of
That's a very cool. My colleague Jake Tapper talked with White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller yesterday on President Trump's claim that he's running Venezuela. Here's how Miller described the administration's policy.
We live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything, but we live in a world, in a real world, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. You say, I would laws of the world, are you saying that we're beginning of
Joining me now is Arizona Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego, who is an Iraq combat veteran. Senator Gallego, first let's just start with your reaction to the way that you heard Stephen Miller describe the policy.
Well, number one, it shows that either Penn and/or the president are strong men don't speak that way. Number two, it's also extremely stupid and naive to think that way, because what you're essentially saying is China, as big as outrage it is getting, can also do the same thing. And by the way, in order for us to be able to counterbalance, fight back, and be able to beat China in the future, we're going to need friends. And so that type of attitude does not help national security. That type of attitude does not help advance our U.S. position around the world. It actually makes us more insecure. So he gets to be a tough guy. At the end of the day, it's the American public that ends up being hurt, because we don't have working with us anymore. We don't have NATO. We don't have Canada with us anymore. And it's just up against China. We end up finding ourselves in that situation. If we're no longer trusted friends, or if we're enemy to all, we are going to end up reaching that future conflict with China. Future competition with China, because of these idiots that are just trying to stoke their own ego instead of looking out for U.S. national security interests.
You're talking about China. The focus since Saturday of the Trump administration has been on defining the policy and the sort of strength and strongman that you heard from Miller and that you just described and interpreted your way was, I think, about the Western Hemisphere.
There's no such thing as just one action being solely contained to the Western Hemisphere. We have a world competition that we have to win versus China. When we go against China, whether it's just making sure that we sell more chips and maybe we sell more vehicles, we have the same standards, we're going to have to be able to align ourselves with Canada, the European Union, if whoever in Latin America is willing to join us, to make sure that we can stop the dominance that is potentially been happening from China. So this idea that whatever we do in the Western Hemisphere, or only continue Western Hemisphere, will have potential for fallout for the national security of this country. And I don't know if they understand that. I don't know if they're just too stupid to understand that, but that is exactly what's going to happen if they continue down this road.
Let's focus on Venezuela specifically. Stephen Miller outlined a plan to basically control the Venezuelan regime through the naval blockade and a stranglehold on their economy. Is that a plan that could work in any way?
The thing is, you should come and talk to Congress about it, because I thought it was one of these action. This is what tells you from day one they've been lying, they continue lying, and they think they can just violate the Constitution of the United States. Marco Rubio came into the Senate and lied straight to our faces and said that this is not a regime change. Clearly, it is now a regime change. Number two, now they're saying, like, no, this isn't a war. You don't need to talk to the Senate. Now they're saying we're going to occupy, we're going to control, we're going to blockade. Those are military actions. They need to get permission from Congress. We need to make sure also no, this is not the way we want to operate. There are better ways for us to deal with this. We can bring security to the Western Hemisphere. We can bring relief to Venezuelan Americans and Venezuelans that have been preyed upon by the dictatorship. But certainly we're not going to go about it in this unconstitutional way.
I hear what you're saying, but in sort of in the real world that you're living in, and that we're all living in the United States Congress, that's not happening. And when I say that, I mean a robust pushback or an assertion of the Article 1 power that Congress has. So given that, I know that you have some ideas about withholding funding and so forth, but do you really think that there's any chance that could pass? And even if it could, what makes you think that the president will not get around it?
Well, Dana, we have to try anyway. And number two, let's be clear, we do have tremendous pushback. What we have is just pure power within the Republican Party. Largely all against maybe a couple of senators and senators of Congress are absolutely not joining us in defending our Article 1 power. And more importantly, defending the interests of this country. The reason why you have Article 1 power is you don't want to let idiots like President Donald Trump make foreign policy decisions without there being a check and balance against that. And so, we're going to force votes to make sure that maybe we can't put that together. Maybe we can't change it. Maybe we make it more difficult for this president. For us to just throw up our hands, so he's going to do whatever he wants, would be a total abdication of our constitutional duties. And again, it allows the Republicans to hide in the shadows and continue to be cowards and specifically just leave the Constitution behind.
I know you have been arguing since Saturday that President Trump can't solve what is his biggest challenge, which is a cost of living crisis in America, and he's grasping for wins and, in your perspective, putting American troops at risk. Obviously, the affordability crisis is real. It predates him. It's one of the reasons President Biden wanted his back in office. What do you think that you and your party need to do to articulate a reason why you will do that better? What are those arguments?
Well, talking to everyday, Arizonans and also a lot of former MAGA and Trump supporters, reminding them that, our forward adventures, while you can't buy a home, can't rent an apartment, you have the highest amount of car defaults, credit card defaults, kids are graduating from college and can't leave their jobs anymore while the president keeps focusing on these foreign adventures is the key to that. The president is not going to be able to deal with the problems at home. He's just going to go with some little victories where he can. That it's going to put our military personnel in danger. But at the end of the day, it's not going to solve the problem of his ratings and the ratings of the Republican Party. People are going to be mad. Right now, they're hurting. They're still hurting. They were promised that this man was going to focus on the American homeland, going to focus on America first, and now he's worried first about Trump first, other executives second, and by the time it gets down to the everyday American just trying to make rent, you're number 8 and 9 on his list. Come election time, they're going to come out and get the revenge for that.
Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
And up next, sad breaking news on Capitol Hill. A popular Republican
CNN.
I'm not here to tell people how their big financial friend is doing with buying credit cards. Good question. Do you have a BFF?
I do have a BFF, yes.
Do you know that you also have a big financial friend in Instagram?
Yeah, I don't know.
Your BFF can help you get matched with credit cards based on your credit score. Download the app. Okay. It's all here. You can see cards based on travel, PCR, the rewards, cash back.
I have to try this.
Get the app now from your big financial friend experience.
Sometimes things fall right into place. Other times they just won't. But if you can get it fixed now and pay later, interest repayments at SafeLight.com. Come to you for free, anytime, anywhere, and do everything you need to get back on the road. All set, here you go. Thank you. Take care. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
Why suffer through painful heartburn longer than necessary? For effective relief, nothing works faster than Alka-Seltzer. The effervescent formula begins neutralizing acid in seconds to effectively relieve heartburn fast. Try Alka-Seltzer. Back in boxes filled with memories from cherished. We transform your cherished tapes and films into vibrant digital memories. Simply mail them in. We'll do the rest. Then relive these protected memories on any mobile device. Your TV, computer, or phone becomes a gateway to the past. Every cherished moment now just a tap away. Get started today at memories.com.
We deliver and with your quality parts.
Leave your new thought piece with BOOMIN. All-day battery life technology your dreams, so you have extra free time and so this holiday season, you can be as extra as you want.
I'm who I am. It's sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
Now streaming on the CNN. Games Catching brought to you by Prime Miller, leaders in the world's most advanced personal EKG. Check your heart from anywhere and take atrial fibrillation with REMO. Remember? EKG on sale now.
Topping our political radar, Republican Congressman Doug LaMarca from Northern California has died. Now, if you don't know his name, it's because he wasn't a political flamethrower. But the 65-year-old served in Congress for 13 years, and his death triggered an outpouring of bipartisan condolences. Now, in pure political terms, it makes Speaker Johnson's job even harder. His tiny majority is even smaller, 218 to 213, with 4 vacancies. That means Johnson can lose only 2 Republicans on any vote, and one of those Republicans is Thomas Massie of Kentucky, who regularly votes against his party. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who cast a critical vote to confirm Robert Kennedy Jr., is ripping Kennedy's latest changes to the childhood vaccine schedule. The senator posted on Twitter, quote, "The vaccine schedule is not a mandate, it's a recommendation giving parents the power, changing the pediatric vaccine schedule based on no scientific input, safety, unnecessary fear for patients and doctors, and will make Americans sicker." The CDC is reducing the number of recommended vaccines from 17 to 11. Senator Cassidy, a physician, said back in February that Kennedy promised to consult them in the protest vaccine access. The Justice Department says it has released less than 1% of the vaccine files. So far, more than 12,000 documents have been made public, and the DOJ says there are 2 million documents still being reviewed. Congress passed a law requiring the department to release all of its files on Jeffrey Epstein by December 19th. Thank you so much for joining Inside Politics. CNN News Central starts right now. Venezuela victory lap. President Trump calls the operation to capture Nicholas Maduro an amazing military feat, but not all lawmakers are convinced that it can after his ousting. Deep divisions 5 years after January 6th. You events today with two very different takes on that deadly day in our nation's capital.
And we haven't seen a flu season this bad in 25 years. Cases skyrocketing across the country. It is putting a serious strain on hospitals, too. But we need to know to keep your family safe. We're following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here at CNN News Center.
Celebrates his actions in Venezuela. Critics today are calling out say specifics on a concrete plan in the 72 hours since Nicolas Maduro's capture, President Trump has the timeline for the U.S.'s involvement in Venezuela. The UN Secretary General saying that he's deeply concerned about what comes next. Human rights groups inside Venezuela reporting and security forces on the streets. CNN Scripted Homes is live.
We still have no clear answer, and all of these various U.S. well, we were actually hearing from in the public, Stephen Miller was on with Jake Tapper yesterday, President Trump, are all giving different versions of events and a different look at the future of Venezuela. President Trump is continuing to the House Representatives, Republican House Representatives, during their retreat today, as we show his build of being part of the midterm, and focus on midterm. It went on pretty lengthy, an hour and 20 minutes, and where he celebrated that operation.
It was so complex. 152 airplanes, many boots on the ground, but it was amazing. You think of it, nobody was killed, and on the other side, a lot of people were killed. Unfortunately, I say some Cubans, mostly Cubans, but many killed, and they knew we were coming, and they were protected, and our guys weren't. Our guys were jumping out of helicopters, they were protected, but it was so brilliant. The electricity for almost an entire country was pulled, and that's when they made it.
This was a successful movement, really what they were doing, what they sought out to do. But the question is, what is the U.S. Yesterday, it made us see the Miller Trump himself said the U.S. was in charge of Venezuela, specifically he was in charge of Venezuela. And Miller saying the U.S. involvement in an ongoing military operation. Those words matter because the Republican administration trying to get away from saying it was a military operation. They said they didn't have to inform Congress. They also said, Miller also said that in using control of Venezuela, over this meeting, and opposing to the president, and that the White House is not ruling for future indictments, future indictments for Venezuelan officials. These are the some of what we know, but we need to continue to ask, what is the day-to-day look like? What is the plan for the oil, Venezuelan oil? But other than just saying the companies are going to invest, what's going to drive them to invest in Venezuela, a place where essentially they had a lot of businesses and aren't eager to go back to. And none of those questions have answers.
President Mullins live for us from the White House. Of course, leaders from several top major European powers have been expressing support for Greenland and Denmark today after President Trump said the U.S. needs the Arctic island for national security. Top Trump aide insisting on CNN that the semi-autonomous Danish territory should be part of the United States, but no country would stand in the way of them. Listen. But can you say that military action against Greenland is off the table? Well, the Greenland has a population of 30 million. The real question is, what price does Denmark assert control over Greenland? What is the basis of their territorial claim? What is their basis of having Greenland as a colony of Denmark? The United States, there's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation. Nobody's going to question the United States militarily over the future of Greenland. Denmark's Prime Minister says Trump's threats should be taken seriously, warning the U.S. seizure agreement could have disastrous implications for NATO. Saying, quote, the United States chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, and everything stops, including NATO. It's the security that has been provided since the end of World War II. We're joining now with Frank Kendall, former political secretary. So thank you so much for being with us. I'm curious to get to your reaction to Stephen Miller saying that obviously Greenland should be part of the United States. Is it that obvious? There's an announcement that essentially the U.S. will operate from a policy of no trade. But because we're powerful, we can do whatever we want to. It's completely at odds with my entire history of the career. Everything I've ever understood about America. As far as Greenland is concerned, Greenland is part of Denmark. Attack on Greenland would be an attack on Denmark. We've had a long and close relationship with Greenland. We have a space for space. In Greenland, the truth, and I've been visiting in the north of Greenland. So I see no reason whatsoever for the U.S. to assert somewhere that it shouldn't be done. Makes no sense.
What is the urgent or immediate security consideration that Denmark is not protecting Greenland from either Russian or Chinese exposure? Let's say, is there anything that's stopping the United States right now, where things are set up, from bolstering security against adversaries in the Arctic?
I've never heard a suggestion other than my very clear that there's any problem with how Greenland is part of the United States and how Denmark is part of the United States. It's been a great relationship, and it's been under the decades. I see no reason why we should suddenly assert that we make no sense to me.
Do you see some kind of more kinetic effort, perhaps more aggressive, let's say, from the United States to go after Greenland as something that could potentially end the NATO alliance or hinder it?
It would be an attack on a member of NATO, and we are playing the party of violence to defend against any attack on NATO member. And if it came from another region, in this case, the United States, I think that is still a problem. Again, I'm shocked that anybody would even search for things in the United States.
To the question of general security, as Trump makes this decision, claiming that Greenland is teaming with Russian and Chinese ships, is that the case? Is it an area where you've seen interest from Beijing and Moscow?
There's a great deal of interest in the Arctic. There's no specific operation for any continue. And yeah, Greenland and Denmark are operating for that.
You said a moment ago that you've never seen the United States act that way, in the sense that in a broad view of the world, the argument that Stephen Miller is making is a very realist one, in the sense that because we have so much strength, because we have so much power militarily, then therefore what we say is right. I wonder if you could expand on that, what the implications of that are.
I'll be blunt. This is fundamentally a fascist declaration. Might make threat is what it means. We're more powerful and we have to do it instead. That was the beginning of the World War. 60 million hostile and two devastating world wars. The United States led the effort to create a system in which the rule of law will protect countries from stronger countries from those doing whatever they want to do to stop wars of aggression. What Civil War said yesterday flies in the face of all of that. It flies in the face of everything the U.S. has stood for this period of time. Throughout my entire life.
It notably overlaps with something Vladimir Putin.
It overlaps with something Vladimir Putin might suggest, and overlaps with something Xi Jinping might suggest. What President Trump seems to me to be doing is trying to divide the world into three spheres of power, which the dominant powers in each of those spheres can do whatever they want. That is a block into national culture from the whole history of the United States history.
Secretary Frank Kendall, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Still plenty more news to come this afternoon. 5 years after the deadly insurrection in the nation's capital, armed rioters are again making their way to the Plus, Homeland Security Secretary Tristan running ICE operations on the ground in Minnesota. Let me know about this BOOMIN immigration platform. And President Trump wants to make Venezuela oil trade again, but his big oil on American oil companies green might be an expensive prospect to discuss. Coming up on CNN News.
Department Administrative News 600.
Like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed big bags of sugar injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals. If our Hytrulo can improve daily gravity and reduce muscle weakness. It's my treatment. Right.
It's travel ready. I can go in my bed.
Self-ingested vitamins. We don't use vehicle Hytrulo or allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic reactions or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergic history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. Reducing my symptoms. Treatment? My way. Why suffer through pain or heartburn longer than necessary? For effective relief, nothing works faster than Alka-Seltzer. The effervescent formula begins neutralizing acid in seconds to effectively relieve heartburn fast. Try Alka-Seltzer. Why do I take Tagrisso? Tagrisso, I can show my hand. Tagrisso, I can play draft. Tagrisso is a once-daily pill with a targeted therapy for adults with lung cancer and certain EGFR mutations. For lung cancer, this is like Project 5. Tagrisso helps patients live long. Serious side effects that may lead to death include severe lung problems, including hemophilia and blood and bone. Other serious side effects can include eye and skin and inflammation of the blood vessels in your skin. Other doctors breathing, shortness of breath, tiredness, weakness, cough, behavioral infection, pounding or racing heart, swelling of your ankles or feet, dizziness, or any alcohol. Response, stimulants, or trials that are so the number one is well medicine, EGFR, positive medicine. So is one for you. Even on antidepressant, there are days that you step in your health. Depression symptoms like lack of interest or negative thoughts can hold me back. I wanted to break through. I asked about prayer. Significantly reduces overall depression symptoms better than antidepressant alone. Not elderly with dementia process due to increased risk of death or stroke. Changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts too. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Fever, stiffness, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled symptoms which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death, weight gain and cholesterol movement, difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, fatigue, or vomiting. Side effects of malnutrition, brain loss, that's about brain loss.
Sarcastic.
New Chevy Chase in here now. Then streaming on CNN.
Happening now, House Democrats are holding a hearing on Capitol Hill 5 years after the deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol. Members of the former January 6th Select Committee are re-examining their findings, including President Trump's role in inciting violence at the Capitol that day. Remember, immediately after President Trump took back the White House, he granted sweeping pardons to nearly 1,600 people who were charged in connection with January 6th and freed hundreds of violent criminals from prison. According to a new report released by Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee, 32 pardoned rioters have subsequently been accused of new crimes, including child sexual abuse and plotting violence against prominent Democrats. One of today's witnesses, convicted rioter Samuel Hunter, has since disavowed Trump and rejected his pardon. He explained why. Accepting that pardon would be lying about what happened at broke the law. To me, taking a pardon would be a slap on the Capitol Police's face. Meanwhile, a group of pardoned J6 rioters are holding their own event to mark today's anniversary, retracing their steps from 5 years ago, marching from the ellipse near the White House to the Capitol. CNN's Brian Connors is live on scene and joins us now. Brian, tell us what you're seeing as you're making your way there.
I started this march a couple of minutes ago. They were trying to recreate this exactly as they can, as close as they can, the route and timing of the march on January 6th, 2021. We started that here on the ellipse a few minutes ago. That's, of course, where President Trump spoke on January 6th, 2021, and encouraged the crowd to run from the Capitol to give some speeches here. And now they're, again, kind of recreating the route going to the Capitol and laying down flowers in honor of Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a U.S. Capitol police officer on January 6th. Ashley Babbitt's mother was here. A lot of this event was really framed. They say also that the police officers who were killed, who died as a result of the event on January 6th. Get a gauge here of where the crowd is moving, so we're moving along with them. This is really an event, Brianna, staged by and for people who believe they have the upper hand in the narrative now. They believe the script is basically in their favor. Many of them are pardoned by President Trump. I spoke with Enrique Tarrio, who's the former leader of the Proud Boys, a short time ago, and he said they do believe that they do have the upper hand in the narrative and that the country is swinging more to their side of things right now. We did witness a fairly violent confrontation. A counter-protester drowned out some speeches earlier about the Willard Hotel that some of these January 6th were giving. She drowned it out with a bullhorn simulating a police siren and screamed, and then there was a violent confrontation, and she was wrestled to the ground. And one protester grabbed her bullhorn and smashed it. Then we saw the Secret Service police officers grab that counter-protester and take her into custody. We followed up on that. We were told by the Secret Service police and Park police that she was detained in custody and later released. So that's just kind of an indication of some of the tension surrounding this event here today. Yeah?
Brian Todd, thank you so much for the look at this march. Coming up, the Department of Homeland Security is accusing the Hilton Hotel chain of canceling agent room reservations in Minneapolis as an immigration crackdown ramps up there. Details ahead.
Winter season hits, emergency hurricane season is so much more than vitamin C. Be ready to fight back with emergency. And for on-the-go support, try emergency crystals. No water needed. This is my mom, Trixie Nichols. I had a really bad fall. I was trying, which last time something about here. I don't want the process to get in the way. That's why I'm so happy we found a place. You can buy personalized support, and it's easier to search for COK options in our area. It's gonna be good for all.
Memories trapped on outdated formats. Home movies and photos into a modern digital format. With iMemories, bring these moments back to life easily and beautifully. Smiles and laughter anytime, anywhere. Relive the joy of family memories on every modern screen. Get started today at iMemories.com. 1 tight, sensitive skin, removing in 60 seconds with a Venus Beauty. Connect your craving to heal and strengthen my skin. Again, your skin stronger.
You think you know someone until they make an unexpected move. You start finding out who trade is running with your percent. So you can invest in hour for every holiday. Only took 4-hour conflict. Repetition DM with Delta 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of power relief all day or night. Delta, cost prices differ.
Why suffer through painful heartburn longer than necessary? For effective relief, nothing works faster than Alka-Seltzer. The effervescent formula begins to neutralize in seconds to effectively relieve heartburn fast. Try Alka-Seltzer.
DNA Carvalho's newest and proudest customer. So proud to Virginia to create Chatbot will be 100% This is Chatbot. Call Carvalho and buy your car today.
My doctor recommended Boost. Today, I'm back out on the ranch working and riding again. Don't come back, deserves a real boost.
What those covered by 88% saw smoothly glowing skin and checks clientele.
Smile to the right. Smile to the right.
Philip would slide. Bring in just skin into it.
It's Jim Davis. Yes, Jim.
This is
All new Baking Championship next June, Monday night on the Friday.
Are you sure? This whole team about protection launch gift and set makes it so impressive. Each one would like smoothly overchecked labels and paperwork covering sensitive info. It's $19.99 to get all three. I keep one for myself and give it to others. Perfect for holiday giving or getting organized for tax. Don't wait. Tell them about this thing or use the QR code for the item. Instead, only
Closed captioning brought to you by NestleBook.com. If you or a loved one have legal data, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you, 800-214-4000. Immigration crackdown and so it was escalating as an additional 2,000 agents from both ICE and U.S. Border Patrol have been deployed in Minneapolis.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is already there on the ground, and Border Patrol Commander Brent Bellino, who being notoriety for his tactics in other cities, is expected in the coming days. This surge, following Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's stunning announcement yesterday that he will not seek re-election amid an ongoing welfare fraud investigation targeting mostly Somali immigrant communities. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is here this evening reporting. Priscilla, working with us. Well, and of course, this also comes amid the president about the Somali community in Minnesota, which is sizable in that state. Now, what I'm being told is that there are around 2,000 agents who are descending into Minnesota. The country, ICE Director Todd Lyons said on Fox that it is, quote, the largest immigration operation that is taking place right now. So that gives you a sense of sheer scale here. And what the scale tells us is how much the administration is paying close attention to Minnesota. Now, there are multiple agents here. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they have two branches. That is enforcement and removal operations. So people who would typically arrest and deport those undocumented immigrants, but also their investigative arm there because of this ongoing welfare fraud scandal that has ensnared this community. Now, what I'm also told on this message is on.
All right, I gotta go. You have me keep it real. Peace, motherfuckers.